We just bought a farm in Stone Valley, Illinois. We also bought the 6 acres of field beside it. Our intentions in this series is to build a dairy farm. This farm used to belong to a dairy farmer, but he is retired and nobody else came to farm it. That's where we come in. We've brought our limited skills and $3 million to try and start this farm back up. That sounds like a ton of money, and it is. But we're the only dairy in town, and if we're going to supply the entire town, we have to buy a lot of cows, and we have to start farming immediately. This is the Let's Play for Stone Valley, Illinois. Let's get to it. And what's up, guys? Welcome to the Stone Valley, Illinois Let's Play. As I said, I have got $3 million, or at this point had $3 million. We'll get to that in a minute. But I just wanted to show you a little bit of the farm, give you a little bit of a tour here. As we've got this building over here, both the left and right fields we do not own. We do own some fields, but I'll show you where they are in a minute. But this building's just kind of sitting out here. I'm not really sure what to do with it because the products that we're making are going to be used with milk. So everything's really going to be needing to be refrigerated. These farm fields over here are big. I really want to buy them in time, but we're going to have to grow into that, I think, because I think they're even at $3 million after we get all of our stuff done and paid for. I think that's still going to be a little bit too rich for us, but let's move over here to the main farm field, and on the left is the cow barn. It is a nice size. I do not remember how many cows are able to fit in this cow barn. However, I do know that we're going to need every last one of them, as we are the only dairy in town, so we have got to make a few different products for these people to be happy in Stone Valley. And I can't wait for them to be all filled. It's going to be very nice to have all the cows on the farm there. Another spot to put our tractors, our implements, things like that. We'll go in here, and that is the same. Just got another door over there on that side as well. So we have got plenty of space here on this farm. There is the tractor. That is the reason why we don't have $3 million anymore, is these two pieces. We got the 7R John Deere, and we got the Lizard plow. So got a silo over here for crops and things of that nature, whatever we need to put in there. A couple bunkers over here so that when we make silage, we can put them in there. So I do like the layout of this farm. Let me hop over the fence here. I do like the layout of this farm quite a bit. More storage over here for maybe harvesters or things like that. Very tall items for sure. And then we've got a garage down here for when inevitably everything breaks down on us. But let's go in this door, why not? And there you see we've got the garage that we can have you know, vehicles and tractors down here to be fixed. So we've got a very good start to the field. We've got this field over here on the right. Let me just go into the aerial mode here. I'll sit right here. And now we own all of that withered field right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way to the left to that big one in the middle, and the other two over there on the other side. So we've got a lot of field to work with here, and I really am excited about this. I don't know what we're going to put into each field yet. What I do know is that we are going to plow it all up. So that is the farm right there, and as you can see, a good amount of space for us here to build. We obviously are going to have to grow quite a bit in order to even think about expanding this farm. I don't know why we would even do that. It's huge as it is. And it's just us. So we're going to have to do all of this work ourselves. But that's okay. Now let's get into it, and let's get in the field. And let's get this plowed up. Now over here in the field, and we are going to begin plowing everything up. All of this withered crop has got to leave. And that's not where it starts. It's not even the beginning of where everything starts, because before we even start working on this field, we're going to have to get some soil sampling done. So I wanted to plow all this up, get everything done, and then get the soil sampling done, try to figure out what kind of fields we have here, what we're looking at. That way we're able to, you know, predict more of like where our fertilizer goes and everything like that. So we want to figure out where we stand. Now, in terms of equipment, we do need to buy a lot of equipment, and we're going to buy that on an as needed basis, because in terms of finance, I think what I would like to do is spend as much money as I can on the cows. Now, again, I don't remember how many cows fit into that barn, but I do know that it is enough for us to spend a good amount of money on them. Now, should we fill them up? I don't think fill them up, because they will, you know, eventually fill up themselves while they have calves and things like that. But we would like to start a dairy first, and then possibly sell some beef cows too, who knows. But now we are going to get all of this crop off of this field, and I do like the layout of the fields here. We've got 4 individual fields. I'm not sure if I'm going to make them all grass and get silage and go that route first. I think that's probably what we should do, is make it grass, only because we can get grass, we can get hay, we can get silage, we can get all of that to get the feed mix for the cows. So I do actually like that idea. I think we're probably just going to make these all grass to begin with, and then the question becomes, what mower do we get? Because if you look, I mean, it's only 6 acres. It seems like there's a lot of work that's going to have to go into this, and there will be, but not as much as you would think, considering that this is only 6 acres of field over here between all 4 of these things. So we'll be able to get these done pretty quickly. The thing that I'm wondering is, will we have enough grass and enough hay and all that other stuff? I don't know. But let's get this done. Let's get a little bit more of this done, should I say. Now, And now a couple of minutes before noon, and we are making pretty good progress here. We've got a little bit more of this field to do, and we've got the next field right over there now to our left to do. And like I said, after this, we're going to go get the soil sampling done. Just get that out of the way. That way, at least we have some information regarding this farm. This farm came with very little information. The only thing that we know about this place is that it's ours, that we purchased it, that we are farming it, and that it used to be a dairy farm that we're trying to build back up into a dairy farm. That's it. There was no soil samples given. There was nothing like that ever given to us. So what we're going to have to do is get that first and foremost, and then we will begin planting. And right now, I think, like I said, we're going to probably plant grass because that makes the most sense to start off. Oh, I hate when I do that. Get this corner here. I think it makes the most sense to start off because we can get a lot of silage out of the way. We can get some hay from that grass, and we should probably start a crop as well to get some straw. So we need to do all three of those things. And luckily, we have these farm fields. I'm not sure if we're going to have to buy more farm fields, you know, in lieu of maybe getting some bigger equipment that we might want. We might have to wait on that to get more fields, but I'm not sure. I think there's going to be a lot of grass from our first cutting on here that we'll be able to alternate the grass in between doing some crops, or maybe just give one of these fields just the grass treatment, you know, and just make sure it's a grass field all the time. That way we can keep cutting it. There is so much to consider. Either way, we're never going to get this done if I keep yapping. So let's get this field completed. All right, and 1:20 in the afternoon, and we are still right on time. I was hoping to get that done about 1:30. Yeah, right. No, I know, but I really was hoping to get that done about 1:30. That way we could get down to the store and we could get the soil sampler so that we can start knowing a little bit more about our farm, get that task done, and then who knows, we might even be able to go down and get the roller. I don't know how much rolling we're going to be able to get done by the end of the day, but maybe if we can go buy it and come back with it before we're done with this episode, we'll just leave ourselves in a good position for the next one. Now, soil sampler has been leased, and we are headed back up to the farm to collect some information for our fields. And when we do that, I will just let you guys know we are playing on 5X, and wow, big deal. While most of the series on this channel go on 10X, I figured I would bump it down to 5 so that we could get some more things done each episode, and that's already proving dividends here as we have purchased the tractor, we have plowed, we have done a lot to our fields already, and now we're going to get some information. Hopefully, we'll even be able to roll here by the end of this, but let's get up to the farm and let's start this job. Now, just so you don't have to watch me drive around in circles, occasionally stop and wait for this to be done, I am just going to show you the last one. Proof, there's the receipt, we got it all done. Now let's go to the store and grab the roller. Now, went and leased the roller, and we are headed back up to the farm. Here we are, and I love this driveway, by the way. I cannot wait to eventually buy these two fields on the left and the right. Hopefully, be really nice to plant corn in here, because that would be a really nice drive up to the farm. But either way, aesthetics aside, we are going to get into the fields here, and we are going to roll all of these stones back into the ground. That way they don't hurt our equipment, and they also help our yield. So that is why we're going to do that. We have purchased this roller, which is a good thing because we're probably going to be using it quite a bit. But let's get into the field here and let's get this job done. Maybe if I can drive. So we have gotten the first field done. We've got 3 more to do, and this one is the big one, and we're trying to beat the rain. The rain is scheduled to be here later in the afternoon, and I'm hoping that we can get a lot of this field rolled when it's dry. That way, if it does rain and we've got, I don't know, 80-90% of this job done, maybe we can do the last 10 to 20% in the rain, deal with the hassle and the added challenges of doing it with the mud. But either way, let's see how much we can get this done, because I would really like to get all of these fields rolled before we quit for the day. And now a few minutes before 5:30, and we did not beat the rain. Actually, we only got half of what we wanted to get done before the end of the day done rolled, so we are going to have to start by rolling tomorrow morning, and I'm hoping that it doesn't rain too long, and I'm hoping that it's still not raining when we get up tomorrow morning. But that is where we are going to leave this Let's Play episode. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll catch you in the next one. Last week, we bought an abandoned dairy farm in Stone Valley, Illinois. It was the only dairy in Stone Valley, Illinois. And now that it went out of business, the town has to import dairy from the rival town down the road. And we cannot have that. We are here to sink $3 million and put a lot of hard work into this farm. We're restoring the dairy in Stone Valley and with it, the local pride. This is the Let's Play for Stone Valley, Illinois. And what's up, guys? Welcome back to the farm. Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois. And this is our dairy farm, as you've seen in the last episode. We're just trying to get these fields done today. We were rolling last time, and it ended up raining. So what we're going to do is finish off that job. And I'm very bitter about saying that because I really wanted to get all that work done last time. That way we wouldn't have to waste this morning. But either way, it's all got to be done. So it doesn't really matter what time of the day we do it. I keep reminding myself of that, right? But either way, we're going to get these fields done, and today I would like to do the rolling, obviously, as I said. Then I want to lime the fields up and possibly plant a little oilseed radish in there. Now, you might think, wow, that's overdoing it, or why are you doing that? It's because these fields are in really bad shape, and we're just trying to get them awake again. They have been asleep for a little bit. This farm went out of business a few years ago, and it's not completely dilapidated, but at the same time, we do need to fix a little bit of things here, and one of those things we need to fix is this field. It's got a ton of rocks in it. And that's why we're rolling all of these down now. We're not going to collect them all out because it's too much. There's literally that many. So we're going to roll them all down into the ground first, and then maybe we'll pick up the big ones eventually, but right now I would just like to get these rolled down a little bit and get some lime on this field so that we can start doing some work to this field. But I am going to put this into a time lapse right now, and I will be back with you when we are a little bit closer to done with these fields. And now 9:20 on the farm, and we are done with the rolling finally. And I'm really angry at the rain, to be honest. The last episode, it definitely made sure that we did not finish. Well, that and the dark. I guess it's fair to say that we just ran out of time. But either way, I wanted to get it all done. But we got it all done now. Now we are headed down to Clever Motors, our good friends who we always seem to spend all of our money on, and they're going to get really rich from us because, you know, we've got $3 million, and I do not see us keeping a ton of it. I don't know. Maybe. Either way, we are going to go down there. We are going to grab a lime spreader, and with the lime spreader, we're obviously going to put it onto our fields and make sure that all of these fields are working properly, as I said. We won't be getting cows for another couple episodes, I think. I would really like to just set up everything, and I would really like to practice driving, because that right there, that was awful. Let's just be honest. That was really bad. But either way, we're going to practice our driving another time because we've got more work to do. Let's just undo this. Helps if I detach the hoses first, it tells me. What a concept. And now we are on our way to town. We're going to head on to Clever Motors, and we are going to buy a spreader. I don't know if we're going to buy it or if we're going to lease it. I knew that, oh, well, we're going to replace the fence. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Because why not? We have all this money. Let's just run into everything. Either way, we're going to get on the road. We're going to head to Clever, and we are going to pick up the lime spreader, so I will pick it up when we get closer. Now, down at Clever, and we obviously purchased the lime, but we ended up leasing the spreader, and the reason for that is I just don't think we're going to use it enough to justify the cost. And you think, well, you've got $3 million. Why wouldn't you just buy it to save a little time? Because I'm trying to save money. I think we're actually in the process of building this entire farm going to use a lot of this money, because we do need to buy additional fields. We will need to buy bigger equipment with these additional fields. So I'm trying, at least financially, to be really conservative in terms of spending our money, because I want to spend it on cows. And that barn holds enough, but we could get more cows. We could amp up the production pretty big. We could do a lot with $3 million, quite obviously. That is probably the most obvious thing I've said on this channel to date. But either way, the production will, obviously amp up. And when it does, we want to have the money there. Cows, we could get more, things like that. So I want to make it really flexible for us in order to grow this business. Now, we're going to fill this up, and we're going to get back onto the fields, because we've got to spread all of this, then come back to Clever and get a seeder, which I don't know if we're going to buy or lease yet. I'm still kind of thinking it over. I think we probably should buy it. But either way, let's get this filled and let's get back up to the farm. And now this is our right-hand turn. We are here at the farm, and we are going to get onto the fields and spread some lime. And I would really like to have some time in the day to get some oilseed radish done as well, just to seed it and have some time for it to grow up when we come back next week. But that would be really that would be great if we could do that by the end of the day. Now, what we're gonna plant over here, obviously it's going to be grass at some point. We might be able to get a couple crops in there just for money, but honestly, I'm just worried about the cows at this point. I'm worried about getting their feed and everything like that already. And if we do grass, at least we can just grass feed them for now. It's not going to be the best, but at least we'll be able to get some cows immediately. That way we can start, at least giving them something so that they can survive. And hey, maybe we'll even just get a bunch of calves and let them grow as we grow with our farm. That way we don't have to milk them yet. We get a little bit of a head start. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, but I think that might be what we do. Either way, we're going to lime this field. I'll get back with you when we're closer to completed. And now 12:15, and we are doing very good with time today. I mean, we did start at 8 o'clock, which is good, but we also are doing very good with time today. Now, what we're going to do is take this spreader, and we are going to go back to Clever. We're going to drop it off again. That way the lease stops for this, and we are going to go get a seeder. It's going to be a game time decision. I really honestly do not know. I'm going to spend the time to think about what we should do, if we should buy this seeder or if we should lease it. This one was a little easier because we're not going to use it all that much, but at the same time, the seeder I think we may use a little bit, but I'm not sure if we're going to use that same size. For instance, if we buy more land, then we're probably going to want a bigger seeder. So is it worth buying? I don't know. I'm going to figure that out, and I'll pick it back up when we get closer to Clever. And if you have been watching this channel for long, you know that that's never going to happen. Now, $109,500 is what we just parted with to get this seeder, and that's not including the seeds. That was another $6,000 or $7,000. I can't remember. Either way, we are headed back, and we are going to put some oilseed radish into these fields. That way, at least it wakes up a little bit. At least there's something going on in these fields. That way, when we plant some grass and plant other crops, we have a fighting chance, right? Because before, it was just left barren for a couple years, and we really need to get this soil ready and in tip-top shape. So we are going to put some oilseed radish into the ground, and that way next time when we end up meeting, we are able to put some seed into the ground. And by that I probably mean grass, but it could also mean another crop if I decide to. The good thing about our fields is that there are 3 of them, so we have a little bit of diversity there, have a little bit of options, and there's 2 other fields that I think we have the money for, and I'm not sure if I want to buy them this year or not, because somebody else may buy them. I don't want that to happen. It would be devastating, especially since they border our fields and our farm. So either way, we are going to get back into the field, and we are going to start this seeding. And now we are losing the sun, but we are also done with the day. And that is a good sentence after any farm day. That's a successful farm day. And we did a lot today. You know, we ended up rolling the field and getting that done from the last episode. Then we ended up going and purchasing some lime. We ended up putting that on the field. That was great. And then we had enough time. I thought we were only going to be able to start this job, but we had enough time to actually complete seeding all of the oilseed radish, which is great because next week when we get together, we are going to put some seeds in the ground, and I'm thinking it's probably going to be grass. I'm going to do a little thinking. I'm going to see if it's worth it to go with another crop as well. If you think so, please just leave it in the comments. I would love to hear what you guys think we should do here with the farm. But I'm also got a couple other things. We really have to practice backing these things up. But there's a couple other things other than that. We have to think about purchasing the fields that are bordering the farm. I would like to do that before somebody else does that. And we also have to think about what cows we're going to get. Thinking we're probably going to get Holstein, but let me know what you guys think in the comments, please. And if you enjoyed this video, please hit the like and the subscribe button if you haven't already. I really appreciate you guys hanging out today, and I'll catch you next time. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois, and our dairy farm here on Stone Valley, Illinois. We are the only dairy farm in town right now, and we have no cows. So that's how it's going. But it's only episode 3. I'm expecting that we're going to get cows in the next episode. But this episode, if you look up in the top right of your screen, I'll zoom in here, we're low on money. And there's a reason for that. We have bought the field as you come into our property on the left. There is a huge field. We have purchased that. And that's going to be a good purchase for us. It's going to put us down in the financial part of things right now. But we are going to be able to make a lot of silage. We are going to be able to get a lot of stuff that we need to feed cows. Now, is it great to feed cows just grass when they're dairy? No, but it's better to do that and get some milk first right off the bat so that we can make some people happy than to have no milk at all. And by people, I namely mean the bank, because the bank is going to take our house if we don't make any money. So we need to make some money. Now, we are in the field here, and as you can see, it's huge. So we are going to put a time lapse to this, and we are going to get a lot of this done. The only thing is I have to remember to hook up the plow right. So let's see if I can do this. And then, and only then, will we get started. Now, as you can see, this field is huge, and what we're going to do is we're going to plant grass over here, but after we get all of this plowed up, we are going to put some lime down. Again, just like we did with the other fields, we're going to have to get these things rolling because they have been vacant for a few years now, and it looks it. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue plowing this up, get this all good. Then we're going to throw some lime on these fields, and hopefully we can do all of that today. And if not, then I'll just make this a 2-day series because we're not just going to do this in this video. But either way, I'll get back to the time lapse, and we are going to get this done and then hopefully get some lime on these fields. Then we can start planting. And now as the sun sets here in Stone Valley, Illinois, we are going to take a break for the night and we're going to pick this up tomorrow. We have a little bit more to do here in the field, and that's all right because it's just going to be a couple hours probably in the morning, and then we are going to do a little change of pace. We are going to do some rolling. And yes, that's controversial on this channel because I think we should be rolling after we seed. But here's the thing. This field has been vacant so long. There are so many rocks here. I don't want to abuse this equipment too much because we're leasing it and it's going to end up costing us a little bit more money if we, break it or whatever. So we are going to roll it first and then seed it. We'll probably lime and then seed it. And then we might even roll it again, but probably not. We're just trying to get grass here. Either way, I don't want to ruin the equipment, so we're going to stop for the day. We're going to finish up the plowing tomorrow and then get some rolling done. Now, next day, and we are already back from Clever Motors, or heading back from Clever Motors, and we have leased this roller. And yes, we are going to roll before we seed, and we may even roll after we seed. But the reason we're doing it right now is because these fields have not been touched in years, and we are just honestly just driving on a rock pile. So we want to push some of these down. That way we don't ruin our equipment, and we'll take the day to roll the field. Now, the farm future, what our future plans are, should I say, for the farm is I want to get some cows, and that will probably be next episode. No, we are not ready for cows yet. We need to get some grass and things like that. But I think by the next episode, we'll be able to find some grass that we can either lease a field off a farmer, or we can just buy some real cow food. You know, it'll be more expensive, but at the end of the day, they will produce more milk. I don't know. There's a lot to think about between then and now. But now we are going to start getting back to the farm, and we are going to roll all day because that's what we got to do. And I would really like to get bigger equipment, but at the end of the day, I think the cows are going to make more money than doing fields. So I would like to get the cows started. That's all I'm saying. Now, we are here at the farm, and we are going to get into this field. I'm going to time lapse this, and I'll be back in a little bit. And now a full day of rolling is pretty much in the books, and that's where we're going to leave this episode, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out, and in the next episode, we will be getting cows. I can really feel that, and I think that we're going to get the TMR going, because if I just buy TMR from Clever Motors, I think that we're going to be in a lot better shape, at least in the beginning. Maybe not financially, but we'll get people to know that we have milk up here, and you know, we will make some money. But either way, thanks for hanging out, guys, and I'll catch you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois, here on the dairy farm that we are trying to resurrect. We're trying to get this thing going because this area has no dairies, which means that it makes ice cream, milk, cheese, anything you can think of that has dairy in it. The price has gone up and people are not happy. So we're trying to get all of these cows onto the farm. But before we do that, we are going to have to figure out these fields. Now, we have got 3 fields right now that are all ready to go. There is some oilseed radish ready, and now we can just put some seed in the ground, and we're going to put grass in the ground there. But we also bought this bigger field, and that's what we're doing today, guys. We are going to lime the field up so that we can get this stuff up and growing, and then we are going to plant some oilseed radish and then probably get some grass, because let's face it, we need to make food for our cows, but also, let's face it, that's going to take a while. So in this episode, I would just like to get these fields up and running so that they can work while we're doing other stuff. And by other stuff, I mean in the next couple episodes, I would at least get some things in the silo. And by that, I mean seeds, lime, and some TMR, because we are going back and forth down to Clever Motors, and we are spending a lot of time every day, time that I think is better served. So if we could just take one afternoon or one morning out of an episode, and that's probably going to be in the next one, we will just start loading them up so that we don't have to make this trip anymore. But we're making this trip right now, and what we're doing is we're getting some lime so that we can spread onto this field. So I'm going to pick it back up when we've done all that. Now back up at the farm, and we have got some lime right here in the spreader, and we're going to start liming this big field. I can only imagine how much money we're going to get, because we are going to make all of this grass, and then we are going to make it into silage. And I don't know, I mean, looking at the number, we're under 700,000. We started with 3 million and we still don't have cows. We might need the money. Either way, let's start this and let's get this field as limed as we can, because we don't have a huge lime spreader, so we're gonna have to make a couple trips. Let's see how far this will go. And now, as you can see, our lime spreader is not the biggest. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is go get more lime, and I see this being a repeated pattern throughout the day. So what we're gonna do is we are going to unhook the fertilizer spreader, or the lime spreader. We are going to get the Clever Motors. We are going to buy a trailer, and then we're gonna fill it full of lime. We're gonna bring it up here and put it in the silo, because I think that way we are able to lime the field a little bit faster. Let's get down to Clever. Let's get this plan in motion. Now, with the silo placed, we are going to put all of the slime into the silo, and then we are going to grab it with the lime spreader, and we're going to continue our day. And now with the lime in the silo, we are now going to take it out and put it into the lime spreader. These fields are huge and they are awful. When we first got them, they were filled with rocks. They were filled with weeds. They hadn't been touched in years, because this is an old dairy farm if you're new to this series, and we are trying to get it off the ground. We don't have any cows yet. That's probably going to be in next episode or the episode after that, but cows are definitely a priority. The thing is, we need to get TMR for them first, because we want to maximize their potential. We don't want to just farm for no reason. We're doing the same work anyway. We might as well get the most we can out of these cows, so I want to be ready for them. This is the first step. Let's get this done more. And now already out of lime, but we've already got lime up here. So I think that trailer is obviously going to cut the time in half, because we don't have to make another trip to Clever. It's already paying off, but I think we're going to empty this silo. good progress here, which is good because we need to get this field all done. Not all done today, but I would really like to get all of it done today. We'll see. Either way, we have got to get more lime, and one of you guys put down the suggestion that we should be collecting these rocks because we can turn them into lime, and you're absolutely right. So what we need to do is start collecting these rocks when we get new fields, or when we just roll it the next time. We won't roll it, we'll collect it with the rock collector. Either way, that's a little bit in the future, but I just wanted to acknowledge that because that's a great idea, and I think I'm going to do that. But either way, let's go down to Clever because we've got a whole list of things that we need to do before we start collecting rocks. And that is namely getting more lime, bringing it up to the silo, and repeating these actions because we're going to need to get cows soon. And tomorrow I would like to have a lot of time devoted to getting everything we need, the TMR, the seeds, the lime, everything like that, so that we can have this operational farm and so we don't have to make all of these trips. That being said, let's make another one. And now leaving Clever Motors, and boy, do those guys love us. I mean, we've given them about $2 million now, so they should. You know, they'll be putting their kids through college because we decided to start this dairy farm. And we won't be putting our kids through college for the exact same reason. Either way, we're going to get back up to the farm. We're going to continue this whole process, and we are going to hope that we can get this field all done today. And now guys, up here at the farm, filling up the lime spreader. And when we do this, I just have a quick question. If you could leave in the comments, that would be great. How many cows do we start off with here? I think we have 400 that can fit in the barn. Do we go all 400 and immediately start making money off of this milk? Or do we go 200? That way we only fill up half of it, let nature take its course. We'll eventually get to 400 cows. Or do we do even less than that and we get maybe 25 to 50 cows, start a small dairy this year, let our food kind of, let us make our food basically by mowing the grass and everything like that, making silage. What do you think? 25, 200, 400, somewhere in between there. Please drop it in the comments. That would be helpful because I'm batting this around in my brain right now and I really can't seem to get an answer, but we do need to get cows soon. Let me know what you think. and now approaching 3:30, and we have made great progress. The only thing is we've got to make one more trip to Clever, and since we're going to do delivery day tomorrow or the next day, I think I'm just going to bring the spreader down. That way I don't have to unhook everything. Going to drive down to Clever, fill this up, then I'm going to get back to the farm and finish this field up. But let me make this trip. I'll make it alone so that we don't have to do it, and I'll pick it back up when we're at the farm again. And now, as promised, we are back up here at the farm, and it's a little after 4 o'clock, so please allow me to beat this dead horse even further when I tell you that we really need a delivery day so that we can get all of this stuff up to the farm. And I've thought about buying a tractor trailer, a big rig, but I don't think that we can afford it right now, especially with all these cows coming in. So we're just going to have to do it the hard way in the next episode. But that's for the next episode. This episode, we've got to finish this field, and we are going to finish this field. So let's get that done. Well, let me state the obvious. I measured that wrong. We should have gotten a trailer full of lime. We should have brought it up here to the farm. But now Clever's closed. Now we can't make it down there. And now the video has to end. I failed us. There's no other way to say it. I failed us. Either way, thanks for hanging out this time. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. And I hope I catch you guys in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois, where we are trying to resurrect an old dairy because, frankly, ice cream has gotten far too expensive in this town and they want other options. So we are trying to resurrect that for them. We are trying to make a lot of money for us. And this morning, we are not doing that. We are costing ourselves a lot of money, but it's money that we need to spend. We are getting cow food. We are getting seeds. We are delivering them ourselves up here to the farm, and we are going to have to ask Clever if they have a delivery option of sorts. Maybe they can just keep us stockpiled. Either way, we are here and we are going to drop these seeds off in the silo. Now, guys, before we get today started, if you could hit the like button for me, it really helps out the channel. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? I'm not going to tell anybody. We can be secret friends. You can subscribe to me and then you can tell people that you've never heard of me. Either way, it helps the channel. So if you could, please do that. Now, let's get our day rolling. We are going to take these seeds. We are going to drop them off in that silo. We are then going to put some oilseed radish in this field that we have already limed up. So let's do that. Now, recently someone asked me, how long does it take me in real life in real time to do this field right here? And the answer is a little either under or over, depending on how I drive, 2 hours. 2 hours to do this field. So, we've got a lot of time wrapped up into this field is what I'm getting at. And we're going to make a lot of money off it. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle, I think, year one, only because we're spending so much, only because we're buying so many cows, and we don't have any milk to show right now. But we will soon, and we will also have a lot of feed that we can both sell stores in the area as well as use for our own cows, so that we're not using that as an expense. But either way, we're going to get back to this. I just wanted to cut in and give you that information, and here we go. And now, guys, we are still at this field, and I'm going to cut in for a minute just to give you guys some future plans, some future episodes here. I know that we don't have cows yet, and I really wanted to get cows this episode, but that's not going to happen. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to get these grass fields started before we can get cows. So I'm thinking one more episode after this one, because what I mean by grass starting is we at least have to seed the grass. And we've got 3 fields over there that, if you remember in the first 2 episodes of the series, we ended up giving the same treatment that we're giving this field right here that we're doing now. Now it's got oilseed radish coming through, which means that we're able to plant the grass. So I want to plant the grass, and I want to do grass for a couple different reasons. One, we're getting cows and we're having to feed them until we are able to cut our own grass and give them grass-fed diets, and that's the problem too, is that you're not maximizing your dairy, but at least we're keeping them alive, and at least people are getting some dairy in Stone Valley. So we want to do that, but we also want to get cows as soon as possible. So we are going to get the cows, we are going to buy some food, that way we can start making milk, and then we are going to look at that field every day and hope that we can cut it. And one day we're going to look at this field like that too. It's going to feel like forever until we can look at this field full of grass. But when we do, oh boy, will we be making money. And those are the fields over there on the right that you can see. They are ready to go. So we have got to get this field done. Then we got to go over there and seed that full of grass. And then, and only then, can we get cows. But it's going to happen soon. It has to happen soon because we've got to start making some money. We can't just keep spending it. Either way, let's get this field, well, I don't know about done. It's huge, but let's get more of it done. And now coming up on 5 o'clock, and as you can see, all of the lime here is still on this field, which means that we have not gotten to that part yet, which means that we're easily not going to get this one done today. And I'm really worried because I just said that we have probably this episode and next episode until we get cows, and I'm still going to try to honor that, but that's a lot of field left to go. I don't know. And now it's starting to rain as well, which makes it that much better, right? That much better. Oh well, let's continue to get this done, and we'll see at least how far we can get this done, because I'm going to work into the night. Well, not into the night, but up until I can't see anymore. But let's see where that leads us. All right, guys. Well, as you can see, we are into the night here and it is getting dark. So we are going to wrap it up for this episode. And hopefully next episode, we're able to get all of this done. That way we're able to stay on track with our cows and we're able to get those in not next episode, but the episode after that. Either way, guys, thanks for hanging out today. I really appreciate you watching and I'll catch you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois, where we are trying to resurrect a dairy farm here because dairy doesn't have one, and we need to get local dairy moving in Stone Valley, Illinois, and that's what we're here for. Now, this farm has not been touched in a couple of years, and that's something that we can't help, but we can certainly help moving forward. What that means is we're getting all of these fields all ready to go. We're planting grass in here right now. This is the big field that we actually bought a little after we had purchased the farm. It was an add-on, so to speak. And what an add-on this is going to be. It's going to make a lot of money for us. It's going to give us a lot of food for our cows, which will also make money for us. So this field was something that we needed to purchase, and I'm glad we did. Now we just have to go through the long task of seeding it with grass. Now, let's talk about cows when we're here in this field. We are going to get cows in the next episode. Now, are we ready to get cows and are we ready to feed them silage and are we ready to make feed mixtures? No, we're not. We're going to pay for the TMR right off the bat and we're going to see if that at least breaks even, because if it breaks even, then we're fine to do it for the time being. We want to get some relationships with these businesses in town. We want to start giving our milk to people at a good price. That way they'll start coming onto our brand and they'll start buying our milk. So that's what we're going to do. We are going to pay for the feed, we are going to get the TMR, we are going to feed it to the cows outright, and then eventually they're going to go on to a grass diet, and that's going to slow down the milk production, of course, but it doesn't matter because at that point, I think we'll have more cows and that will kind of supplement the difference. I don't know. That's why we play this game. We're going to find out. And now 9:15, and we are still in this field, and we're still using this seeder. Let me explain this seeder real quick, because you're like, why are you getting this seeder for this size field? Well, as I said in the beginning of this video, this field was an add-on. So we didn't really anticipate having to do this field, but now that we do have this field and we have to, you know, seed this field and work this field, the seeder's obviously too small. But we don't have a lot of money, as you can see in the corner, so, you know, we're going to use this unit just for now, and hopefully in next year, or even later this year, depending on how much milk we can sell, we'll buy bigger equipment. That's the plan anyway, because this takes far too long to do, and this is, I guess you can kind of say, paying our dues in the beginning of a series, right? This is what we're doing so that we can start building and getting bigger equipment. That's obviously the plan. Bigger equipment, bigger tractors, and more cows. It's kind of how it is. It seems simple, it's just really not. Now, it looks like we're going to get these fields done, and we're going to go over to the grass fields now and get those done. That way we can start growing grass, we can start making money, and we can start getting some food for our cows. Now, to the original 3 fields that we got, and remember we planted oilseed radish here in the first couple episodes. Well, that has finally come up, and now we are ready to put some grass into the ground. Now, the whole plan, again, is to get grass, as much grass as we can, so we can get feed, and so, more importantly, we can get money, because with that money, we are going to get bigger equipment. I think that we're going to use the money that we make from milk just for the cows, and the money that we make from the field just for the equipment. And from there, I think that we'll grow together quite well. And you know, more money is going to go to the equipment, but as you can see from the size of the fields, I think it probably has to. And now guys, when we have a second, I just want to remind you to please hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the like button. It really helps the video and it really helps the channel. And guys, I also want to say thank you guys so much. We have hit 1,300 subscribers, something I thought I would never be at, and I really have you guys to thank. So thank you guys for all of the comments, all of the likes, all of the subscriptions that you guys have given me here on YouTube. Just really love this community and really appreciate you guys more than you know. Now let's get back to this. Let's try to keep driving in circles, because that is exactly what we got to do today. We got to drive circles around this field and plant this grass. And now we will get done with this, and all of the grass will be planted over here. Remember, we did plant oilseed radish in the big field, so we're waiting for all of that to come up. Then we can get grass from here. But these first 3 fields are going to be great for us in terms of getting some money. But that's where we're going to leave it, guys. Remember that the roleplay series is on Friday, the UMRV roleplay series, and these come out sporadically, but I'm trying to get 2 of these videos out a week, plus the role play. But I really appreciate all of your guys' support, like I said, and thanks for hanging out today. I'll catch you in the next one. Today we're back in Stone Valley, Illinois, and we are trying to resurrect this dairy. But the difference about today and all the other episodes is that today we are going to get cows. It is a big day because without cows, you obviously cannot have any milk. And without milk, we cannot have a dairy. So we are getting cows today. All of our fields are prepped up and we are ready to get this dairy rolling again. And now Clever Motors is the familiar spot. We have given them a lot of money, a ton of money over the last 6 episodes, but we are giving them even more. We are buying some TMR here for the ladies, and you're thinking, what ladies? Well, we are going to get cows today, as I said in the intro, and in order to run a successful dairy, you might want to get some cows. That's just a pro tip for me. But we need to get some cows, and I don't think we're going to max out the barn. I thought that we were going to max out the barn with all this money, but I'd like to save a little bit of money. I would like to get a couple cows, you know, maybe 50, 60 cows. We'll get a bull, and then we will get them to talk to one another, and then we will get more animals. I am not the health channel. I am just telling you what we're going to be doing with our business today. Now, we are going to get some cows. We're also going to roll some fields. We're also going to get some more fields ready because we need to be able to feed these ladies. And yes, they're going to be going on a grass diet. No, that's not the greatest thing for dairy cows in terms of production, but in terms of our bottom line, it is. So what we're doing is we're making all the fields up here that we have grass. We already have seeded it, so we are just waiting for this grass to show up. We will then mow this grass in future episodes and sell them some silage, them being the livestock barn, them being other people in this area, but we'll also be able to feed our cows with this grass. And like I said, it's not the greatest thing yet, but throughout the year we are going to be able to make some things so that we can make some feed mix, and that's going to save us a lot of money. Believe me, I just spent all of this money on all this food. But let's get back up to the farm and we can get the cows and then we can get on with our day. And guys, as we pull into the farm, before I forget, please do me a solid, hit that like button. It really helps the video. And if you haven't subscribed yet, you can. You know, it's free. I'm not here to tell you what to do, but if you want to, that would make at least one cow on the internet with sunglasses super happy. Now let's get over to the barn. We are going to purchase some cows, and then we're gonna, like I said, get on with our day. We've got a bunch of feed, so we have to feed them first. Let's do that, and then you know, they'll be happy and they'll be doing their thing when we can do ours. Now 61 cows and $117,000 later, we are now officially a dairy. We have got some cows, we have got some Holsteins. I bought 60 females, I bought one bull. He's going to be a busy guy, and we are going to run this dairy the organic way, which means that we are just going to let them produce more cows as they naturally do. Now, we are not going to spend a ton of money on cows because we've got huge fields that we need to get done, and they can make us a lot of money if we do different crops or different things like that. The problem is we do not have a big tractor. This is the only tractor that we have on this farm right now, and as you can see, it's not the biggest tractor, so we don't have the biggest equipment. And with not the biggest equipment, it means that we have to spend a lot of time in the field. So what we're going to do today is we are going to seed up the grass. I hope to get done, but I don't think we're going to, because I just said we're going to roll, and I think I'm crazy because we have got all of that on the right to get done. All of that is oilseed radish. It has popped up, and now we are going to plant some grass over it. Like I said, our plan is to sell some TMR, or some silage, should I say. Now, if we're going to sell some silage, we might as well use it. So we're going to also feed our cows with it, but we've got to get this grass planted. And then what mower do we use? Because we don't have a mower yet, and I know that it's going to take forever to mow a field with a drag behind mower. I would really like to get the Krone for that because it's going to save a lot of time. And honestly, I think even if we have to lease a Krone for that, it's still going to save some time. But let's worry about that bridge when we get to it. Let's instead hook up to the seeder and then plant some grass. Now, the good news about these fields is that the first 3 that we had done, they are now all grass. So it's obviously a little too short to cut the grass yet, but we are just waiting a little bit longer for that to come through. And then once this field becomes grass, we need to get that Krone. I mean, I'm looking at all of this and I'm thinking, this is going to take a long time to mow. It's going to take a long time to get baled up and ready. I think that we should kill 2 birds with 1 stone, end up getting the Krone, and then I will try not to rhyme anymore like that. I promise you. If you leave this video now, I get it. I do. I probably would at that measure. Anyway, let's continue on. Thanks for staying with me. I will not rhyme one more. Now I'm sitting here driving in circles, right? And I have a lot of time to think because no course play and no helpers. So it's just me and this field. And what I'm thinking is, how much money are we going to get from this field? Because all of the money that we get from this field, I think we should put into equipment, 100% of it. The reason is, I think that we need food faster. I think that we need money faster than we need more cows. Because right now we've got about 4,000, liters of milk that we can distribute throughout the community. We'll make some money there. And with the TMR that we bought, yeah, sure, that might break even. But at the same time, there are more cows that are being produced every day, every week, whatever it is in this game. We are making more cows. And we are progressively getting bigger and bigger, which means more milk production, which means more money. So we're fine on this pace right now, but as far as money is concerned, let's use all of the money that we get from this field on bigger equipment, bigger tractors, bigger mowers, bigger everything, because we can really ramp up this farm if we do that. Now, twos across the board, 2:22 in the afternoon, and we are still at this field. We are still planting all of this grass, and it's going to be worth it. It will be worth it, but It's looking like this is gonna be our day. And that's the thing too, we cannot have this be our whole day, especially when we get busier. This is us paying our dues, let's just be honest. We are on the 7th episode now, and you know, we're still just building this thing up, but we're going to build this up very fast because I want to do this for a little bit, and I want to make sure that when we do this dairy, we are going to have some equipment that's going to allow us to do multiple things throughout the day. But here we are, and this is what we got, and this is the hurdle that we have to jump here today. So let me stop talking, let's get to it. And now guys, getting dark, so we are going to call it a day. Believe me, we have more to do, and it's probably going to be tomorrow morning. It's usually, this field is as big as doing a whole episode in one, and then probably the next morning of the next episode we would have to continue this. That's what I'm seeing. It's like a day and a half, a day and a quarter to get this done at the rate that we're doing it. And like I said, we will get bigger equipment, that is for sure. But that's where we're going to end this episode today, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out and watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. We are in Stone Valley, Illinois, trying to resurrect this old dairy farm back into what it once was. Since we've moved here, there's been a lot of things that we've needed to get right that were previously wrong. The fields were a mess, the buildings were in need of some repair, and we had no equipment or vehicles at all. Since then, we've been building slowly. We've got some cows now, and we're finally able to produce some milk on this farm. And that's all great, but without these fields helping us with the food, we'll just be spinning our tires. Let's continue on with our journey into the dairy industry in Stone Valley, Illinois. And now, what's up guys? Welcome back to another day here on the farm here in Stone Valley, as again, we try to get this dairy operating again. The good news is that we've got cows. We got them in the last episode, so now at least we are producing milk. But like I said in the intro, if we don't get this field right, if we don't get all of the grass that we need, we're not going to be able to make some food, and therefore we're not going to be able to feed these cows. So we're going to have to get out here in the field. This field right here needs to be seeded up, so we are going to continue seeding it from the last episode. As you see, we've got some oilseed radish out here already, so it's going to be pretty easy to see how far we've gotten, or better yet, how far we've got to go. But either way, we are on the last stages of this job anyway, and today I'd also like to roll this field, get all of those small stones down. We do not have a stone picker, not yet anyway, but either way, we are going to get some of those stones down so that we help our equipment a little bit, and just try to get this field going again, because it's been a few years since it's even had anybody working in it, so we're always expecting the worst. Either way, let's get this all seeded up and I will be back. And now with the seeding all done, we can focus on other things that we have to get done today. And really the big thing that we have to get done today, as I said earlier, was the rolling. But we have to go down to Clever Motors. We have to spend some more money. Now, we have a choice. We can either buy this or we can lease this. And I think with how much we're going to be using this roller, I think we're probably just going to lease it. Now, as the farm rolls on, I can see that we would buy one just so that we don't have to keep going down to Clever. But right now, we need all the money that we can get. So we are just going to lease a roller, and we have to go down there. But before we do all of that, we were just talking about the cows. We should probably keep them alive. So we're going to feed them. I've got some TMR, if you remember from a couple episodes ago. We put some TMR over in the silo, so we can go over and grab some of that right now, and then we can feed these cows. That way they're happy, we're happy that they're not going to die, and then we can focus on other things completely. But the silo over here is going to hold a lot of things for us, namely grass, namely cow food, basically. We're not going to do any arable farming. I don't think that we're going to be putting any, wheat or canola or anything like that in the ground. We're mostly going to be using grass as the main source of what we're doing here. It makes silage, it feeds cows, it will make a good feed mix as well, so we can do that. And also we can sell the silage if we need more money, but I'm hoping that this dairy is going to give us enough money to where we're just okay with that. Either way, let's get these cows fed up. And now with the cows all fed up, we will just fill this trailer up one more time. That way tomorrow it's a little easier. But one thing I did want to check out is I wanted to head over to the grass fields that we'd planted first. I want to see if they are ready to go. I'm thinking they're probably going to be a little short right now, but I just at least wanted to get a progress report here on the first fields that we did. And yeah, a little too short. I mean, we could technically get something off of that, but it's really not, it doesn't make any sense to mow it, and we won't mow it. But it's very tempting just because let's not go in there. It's very tempting because we don't have any cow food other than the TMR that we bought from Clever, and that starts to get very expensive. Either way, speaking of which, let's go down there and spend some more money. We've got to go down. We've got to get this roller. And now a quick cut, because as promised, we are back from Clever. We have got this roller, and we are going to get into this field because we've got to get all of these stones, at least the little ones, pushed down. Now, the plan eventually would be to get all of the rocks out of the field, but it's just grass that we're getting. It's not like we're going to be hurting a yield that is not going to just continuously grow. That's the best part about grass. We're hoping to get 3 cuttings a year on this, but hey, if we can get 4, that would be excellent. We're gonna have to fertilize it a little bit better, but I'm not expecting 4 cuttings on the first year. If we get 3 this year, it'll be lucky. Only because these fields haven't been touched in a really long time, and that's something that we have to deal with. That's something that we have to work with, and that's something that we're working on right now. That's why it's taking a little bit longer to get silage and to get these cows fed, and farming, it's not an overnight thing. Let's get this rolled up and let's continue on with our day. And now approaching 11 o'clock, and we're doing very good with timing here. I think that we will probably be able to get this whole field rolled up by the end of the day, and that's fine because we've got nothing else to do after this. Well, not until the grass grows, and then we'll have to start mowing, and at that point, looking at our bank account, I think we're probably going to get the crone. I can't see why we wouldn't get the crone, especially how big this field is, and if we're going to be doing this 3 times a year, I think it's something like $20,000 to rent or lease. So, I mean, we're probably going to just have to go out and buy the crone, but that's fine. You know, that's probably going to be our biggest purchase. We're not going to get any big tractors or anything, at least not in the foreseeable future. But either way, let's get this thing done. And now, as promised, all the rolling is done. All of this field, at least what we can do right now, is done. And now we can go inside for the night. But thanks guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching this episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. What's up, guys? And now up here at the farm, and as you probably guessed because we just bought the Krone, we've got a lot of mowing to do today. And we have a lot of mowing to do today on the first 3 fields that we've bought. This one to the left of me here, we're going to let it grow up just a little bit more because we don't need the grass yet. We will cut it early, but we don't need it yet, so we are going to let it grow a little bit. These first 3 fields over here, we need it. Okay, and we should probably let it grow a little bit longer. That I do know, but we are just going to get some grass off of these fields first. That way at least we have a little bit something to feed our cows. Because again, we're out of TMR. They've eaten through all the TMR, and TMR is really expensive. It's going to give us more milk, but at the end of the day, we don't have enough money to buy it. So let's just try to go through the grass operation first. Let's see what it does for us, and then we'll think about TMR. But right now, let's get these fields all mowed up. And now a few minutes after 9 here in the morning, and I can't even tell you how much better of timing we're getting on these fields. Now, sure, this is a big crone, and sure, these were smaller fields, but that field over there on the right is what scared me with just getting a regular mower for, a brush hog, so to say. We wanted to get the crone, we wanted to get everything done, and that one was made very simple. We've already got it into swaths of grass as well, so really can't say enough good things about this crone mower. Really do enjoy it. Now, we are going to go down to Clever. We have got to get a forage wagon, because if we're going to cut all of this grass, we have to end up picking it up so that we can utilize it. And what I think we're going to do is we're probably going to put it into the silage bin, and we want to make sure that this ferments. That way we can start selling silage as well. It's a good side hustle, and it's a really good way to make a whole lot of money, especially when we have all of these fields that are full of grass. We only have 61 cows right now, and sure, we're going to get more, but I really can't see them eating all this grass or even needing all this grass. So if they don't need it, we might as well make money off of it. Now, let's get down to Clever, because instead of making money this time, of course, we are going to have to spend it again. But I think this is probably one of the last things that we're going to have to buy here for the farm in terms of before we sell milk. Like I said, we also need a milk trailer, but that can wait. Right now, let's get down to Clever. Let's get the next thing that we need to spend money on. Now, down here at Clever, and we are just going to get a very simple forage wagon, and it's partially because we don't have any money, and it's partially because I'm cheap. But that's okay, because we don't really have the money to spend either way. So what we're going to do is we're going to collect it with this, and as I said, as we make money, we'll get bigger things. I've already said we want to buy fields. I already said that we want to buy cows. We also want to buy bigger equipment, but that is probably the third thing that we want to do. We want to do the other two things first, because the other two things make us a lot of money. The third thing, which would be the equipment, that helps us get it faster, but we just want to buy land before all of the neighbors do. We want to get more cows before another dairy moves in on us. We want to grow this operation pretty quickly, because there is no dairy in Stone Valley, and because we are the only dairy in Stone Valley, we want to take advantage of that. We want to grow as fast as we possibly can. Now, let's get back up to the farm. Let's collect all of this grass and let's throw it in this silage bin. Let's start trying to make some money. All right, now back up here at the farm, and I think we both know that we are going to end up with a lot of silage here. And with a lot of silage means that we are going to have a lot of money if we end up selling it. So what are we going to end up spending all this money on? Well, I do want to buy some more fields that are directly around us. That way our neighbor can't really do anything with them, and we can kind of have control over things that are immediately around our farm. I also would like to grow our herd. I want to get more than 60 cows because I want to actually be a large distributor here in Stone Valley for milk. I would love to be able to get into other productions that have to do with milk as well, but we can't do that until we get the raw material, which is the milk. And before the milk comes the cow. So we have to buy a lot more cows than 60 because we're probably only going to be able to sell to one store, maybe two, and we're not trying to do that. We're trying to make a lot of money. So we're going to pick all this up. We're going to throw this in that silage bin right over there on the left, and we are hopefully going to be able to ferment this sooner than later so that we can do all those plans that I just said. Let's get this stuff done. And now, guys, that is going to wrap it up for Stone Valley in this episode. But hey, we got a lot done. We got a lot mowed. We got a lot picked up. And no, we don't have everything fermenting yet because we don't have enough grass that I would say is worth it. But we will soon, because that big field is going to be the next episode. But that is going to wrap it up for this episode. So guys, thanks so much for hanging out, and I'll catch you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois, where we are resurrecting a dairy farm, the only dairy farm that is left in town. Now, we've got cows, we have accumulated some milk, we haven't sold any milk yet because we're waiting for it to be enough to make it worth our trip. Oh yeah, and we don't have a milk trailer, so there's that whole hurdle. But either way, today we are going to be mowing up this field. It's the reason we got the crone. We're going to finish this little field all the way over here. It's a couple swipes, and then we're in the big field where we are going to make most of our money. Now, guys, if you have not already, please hit the subscribe button on the bottom. Please hit the like button. It really helps the video. It really helps the channel, and I will be extremely appreciative. I know that's not much of a deal, but it's the only thing I got to offer. So it is what it is. Either way, let's get this done. Just as you see, a couple swipes from last episode that we forgot to do, and then we will be able to get into the big field. And there's a lot of money to be made in that big field, a lot of silage to be made in that big field, and we have more than enough grass to feed all of our cows. Again, we only have 60, and we are going to be stockpiled with grass, and that's even with giving most of it to silage. We're still going to have enough grass to just continue to grow this farm. So let's do this, and I will be back in a little bit. Now, as you can see, this field is huge. We are going to have a lot of money coming our way. And think about this. We can do this 3 times a year. There's going to be a lot of money coming our way. And I think that we should be investing it in obviously bigger equipment and more cows, but also maybe into a production that we can use all of this milk that we are making. We can use it as a raw material to make something bigger, to make something more expensive, upsell people so that we get even more money from our product. It's just a thought, but I think it's a good one. Now 8:30 already, and I'm extremely happy with the progress that we're making here this morning. Could you imagine if we would use a brush hog? Man, we would be so far behind. But either way, it's already into swaths as well. So I'm thinking there's an outside chance that we are going to be able to pick all of this up as well. I know we're going to be able to get the forage wagon out today. That's for sure. Let's see how fast we can get this all mowed up, and then how fast we can pick this all up, because faster we do this, that's one less thing that we have to worry about here on the farm. 11:33 on the farm, and we have got the forage wagon out. We are going to go collect all of this grass, and I don't really have a ratio in terms of how much we're going to be collecting for silage and how much we are going to be collecting for grass for the cows or the mix that we are going to eventually be making, but I do know that silage pays a lot of money. I know we don't have a lot of money right now, and it might actually be beneficial to collect more silage just so that we can sell it and grow our farm. I'm thinking out loud here. And now still here in the field collecting all of this grass, and our mission is to get all of the grass completed today. However, I'm not really sure we're going to be able to do that. But on the brighter side, we are still a lot farther ahead. That crone helps a ton. It windrows and puts into swath basically after mowing. I mean, that is beautiful. And if we are still doing the brush hog, even with just the width that we have with the swath, we'd still be mowing. So that's the bright side. The bad side is that I don't think that this field, even with the additional equipment that we have, the upgraded equipment that we have with the crone, and we have this forage wagon, I don't think that we're going to be able to get this all done in one day. Now, the mission is to do it all in one day, so let's have me shut up and let's try to get all of this done. Let's see where we end up. And now it's getting to be closing time here at the farm because it is getting to be dinner time here at the farm. But either way, we will be able to do all of the rest of these swaths tomorrow. It will be a tomorrow morning activity at best. But before we do wrap this up, I just wanted to say thank you. First of all, if you've made it to this far in the video, really thank you. But also, thank you guys for all the likes and the comments and just all the support of the series, both this one, the role play series. I just really appreciate all of the interaction between you guys, and I really like talking to you guys. So leave some comments. It will always be replied to. I have replied to everyone since the start of this channel. So if you have anything to say, let me know. But that is our day for today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I'll catch you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois, and welcome to the dairy. We are trying to resurrect this old dairy farm here in Stone Valley because, well, there's no other dairies in Stone Valley right now. They are getting milk imported from other places, and we cannot have that because we are a farming community, or at least this used to be a farming community. Now we find ourselves the only dairy in town, and really with the town on our back, so to speak, we need to produce some dairy so that things like ice cream stores and things like that can be produced. And hey, maybe we'll even produce them. But before we get all into fantasy thinking here, let's get all of this done. We've got to get all of this grass picked up. That way we can start making silage. Well, why do we got to make silage? Because we need that, we need hay, and we need the grass in order to make the TMR. And once we make the TMR, that's when we really start making money. But hey, let me shut up, let me get into this, and we are going to pick up some of this. I will be back with you in a little bit. And now 8:53, and we are still grabbing this grass. We are putting most of this in the silo because I've decided that I would like to make sure that our cows always have food. Then we can start making money off this silage because, as you know, you're about 3 cuttings, and on a good year, 4 cuttings of grass, and I think we're probably going to be closer to the 3 just because of our luck. But either way, we've got 2 more cuttings of this grass, and we are going to make a lot of money in silage. That much I know. So let's make sure that our cows don't die first. Let's make sure that we don't have to buy any more cow feed from Clever, because that's costing us a fortune. And sure, you know, grass does not give you the most milk, but at the same time, it is free-ish. We're paying for the gas, of course. We had to buy the equipment, of course. The grass doesn't cost anything, so we're just going to keep getting that for right now. And then the next cutting, I think we'll save some for hay so that we can start making some hay. And of course, we'll have that silage from the first cutting already fermenting and hopefully ready to go. So that is the plans, that is the long-term plans. But as you can see, there's a lot more grass swaths in this field, so we've got to get to it. So let's get back to work. And now all done with this field, and it occurred to me that we're sitting here stockpiling all of this grass for the future, and we have not fed our cows yet today. So we are going to take this last trailer load. We are going to feed them grass. They're not completely out, but they don't like when they get low. Okay, so we are going to make sure that we feed them again. That way they're happy, they're comfortable, and we can have a good second part of our day, because we've got a lot to do. And what is that, of course? Well, Clever Motors has been calling. They want us to get all of the lime that's sitting in the middle of their parking lot there. And honestly, I can't blame them. You know, we have been pretty relaxed with getting all of that down there. We really need to get it because we're not paying rent there, and we don't really know anybody that works there. So they're just kind of straight doing us a favor. So we definitely need to get down there, get the lime, and then we can get the milk truck. Yes, we're going to get the milk, well, not the milk truck, it's a milk trailer, but we're going to be able to transport all of this milk that we have, which is about 45,000 liters right now as it stands, and we are going to be able to take it over to the creamery so that we can make some money, and I think a lot of money we will be able to make. So let's get that going. Let's go get this lime, and then we can start making some money and actually get rewarded for all of this work that we're doing. But hey, let's get down to Clever. Let's get all of that going. And by the end of the day, I think we could have a lot more money in our bank accounts. And now all of the lime in the silo, and that's exactly where we need it. We will need that in a little bit, but not right now. Either way, it's not in Clever Motors' way. We don't want to anger them since, well, they're the only store in town. Let's just be honest about it. We don't want to make them mad, but we are about to make them very happy because we are going to spend even more money down there with them. We are going to go get the milk trailer. That way we can transport all of this milk that our cows are making. Like I said, 45,000 liters or so, and we can take that all to the dairy. That way we can make some money, and with that money we can further invest in this farm. Of course, we definitely want to make our own productions. That is easily in the future, but let's go down and get that milk trailer and we will continue to make money. And now back up here at the farm, and we are ready to make money. We are going to go hook up to the milk tank, and we are going to go to the dairy, which is down that road. If we didn't turn right here on the farm and we just kept going straight on that road, we would be very close to it. But hey, let's get some milk. Let's go down to the dairy. Let's see how much they give us per load, because we've got a few loads here today to get rid of and to make money on. So it looks like $16,000 per load is what we are going to be able to grab here, and that's great news because our load only holds 8,000 liters and we've got about 41,000 in the tank back at the barn. So that means we are going to be able to make quite a bit of money, and that is good because we need quite a bit of money. But we are going to continue this and make a couple more trips. That way we are able to see how much money we are going to be able to make by the end of the day. All right, and that is the last load. We are going to end with $91,000 for the day, and honestly, that is a really good number for us. 91,000 will be able to do quite a bit, especially since our cows are making that every few days. That's great. We are going to wait until we get to about that number, about 41 to 50,000 liters, and then we are going to go down and make sales. That way we're not running there every day and costing ourselves money when we don't really need any money. Right now, we need money. We need to pay all of this back, and we need to make some money so that we can invest in the farm. And by that I mean making our own dairy, making our own dairy products, and being able to sell more than just milk. But that part's gonna have to wait because we are out of time. But guys, thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. If you liked the video, please hit the like button or the subscribe button if you haven't already, and I will catch you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Stone Valley, Illinois. Welcome to the dairy, where we are trying to resurrect an old dairy farm, and we have done so kind of. We just sold our milk in the last episode for the first time, so we're doing good there. We've got about 65 cows, which we're doing okay there. I would like to get more cows, obviously, but today is not that day. We are going to do some mulching today, and we are going to do some mulching in that big field that we have gotten. Why? Well, because we've done everything else, right? These fields have not been looking good when we first got here. We have done a lot of work to them to make them look this good. Now we want to try to maintain them a little bit. So we're going to mulch here and hope that the yield at least grows a little bit. The next time we want to get some grass off this field, because we've got more grass to cut. That's not the issue. We've got more grass to go through. That's not the issue. Let's make sure that these fields are pristine. Now, back here at the farm, we are about to mulch, and when we do, let me just go over what is in the plans here in the near future. I would like to buy a dairy. Now, obviously, that's going to be some money. Obviously, we've got other things to spend it on. I told you that we would be getting bigger equipment when we got money. That wasn't a lie. I told you we were going to get more cows. That wasn't a lie. So how can all of this be possible? Well, I think I'm about to break something that we usually don't do here on this channel, and I'm not going to do it yet, but I'm just thinking about it. We might get a loan. And I know I really do not like loans, but at the end of the day, I think that that's the thing that's going to make the farm move faster, because if we can get the dairy and then we can start selling things, we can make more money than just selling the raw materials, and in this case would be milk. So I do know that we're going to have to sell some to the creamery that we did in the last episode, and hey, I'm not complaining. That's $16,000 per load, and in just 3 days, I think, time, we had about 4 or 5 loads. So it adds up pretty quickly, and eventually we're going to be able to get that dairy, and eventually we're going to be able to be making ice cream and other things that are going to make us much more money than just raw milk. Now 8:30 and we are not even around this field once. That's how much grass we are mulching right now. That's how much grass we are going to be able to mow next time. Hopefully the yield gonna be a little higher. But we gotta get a bigger mulcher. I mean, that goes without saying, right? It is a small mulcher. It is a huge field. That's not a good combination. But at this time, at this stage of the game, it's what we have to do because it's all we can afford. Again, I do not like to take loans out, but if I have to take a loan out, it's going to be for something that we really, really need. And although we want a big mulcher, it's nothing that we need right now. This will get the job done. However, it's going to take a minute. and now 3:15, and I'm starting to ask myself, are we even going to get this field done today? That is an issue. That is a big need, because we cannot sit here all day and do the mulching. So I don't know, this has actually probably turned in to a need from a want, because at first we wanted a bigger mulcher, but now I think we need one, because we cannot spend all day mulching a field. We're not even done. We have 3 more fields to do that we're probably going to have to pick up in the next one. But let's continue on. Let's see how far we can get. Let's see if we can get this field all mulched up, because I'm hoping that it's going to be worth it. Now, $61,000 in the bank, and we have got some more milk to sell, but of course we're not going to sell that today. We're going to let it, accumulate a couple days. The dairy that we do sell to has already got a big shipment from us in the last episode, so they'll be fine for a minute. We can actually let it accumulate, and when we do, I'm hoping that we're able to make around $45,000, because if that's the case, then we'll be able to get either of the two: one, a bigger mulcher or a bigger implement, or two, and what I really kind of want is a dairy. So we're gonna see what we have to do in order to make that happen. We might still have to take out a small loan. I'm not really sure. I'm hoping not, but if we do, that's okay. We're gonna break a channel rule here, so to speak, because we need to get some ice cream. I mean, that's a good reason to break any rule. And now getting late here on the farm here in Stone Valley, but we have got a good amount of mulching done. We do not have a ton of mulching left. However, we're going to pick that up in the next episode. So guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate all the support for the channel. Thanks for watching all of these episodes. I really love bringing them to you, and I'll catch you in the next one.